Welcome in, everyone. We are back to playing Citizen Sleeper by Jump Over the Age and Fellow Traveler. It is an interesting game, so let's continue on, shall we? Apparently, Citizen Sleeper 2 is announced, so we are an operator on Cycle 17. Let's get back into it, shall we? If you don't have a drink and some snacks, you should definitely consider getting some. Sit back, relax. There's a lot of me reading. So we have 80 cryo, which is the cryptocurrency that is used here. We have 2 ship mine fragments. We're trying to find a third. And we have 3 encrypted keys to help unlock maglocks. I thought I had gone back. But apparently I had not. Alright, let's officially go back. Do I have to pay again? I don't think so. Whoops. Okay. So the transit hub. The spoke is layer after layer after layer of dense urban fabric. The only way to explore it is vertically. Enter the spoke. There are no maps. Scale the spoke. Climbing. I don't have engage or energy. One of them will cause me energy, one of them condition. I'm already flickering. But it doesn't actually get me money. Okay, so that's something to do later. This will get me some amount of money. We want to do express delivery, but we don't have any dice left for today, and it looks like we will be down to 3 dice after today. Okay. We've got 2 more days before we have to pay off his tab. I desperately need a drink, or really some food. Alright. We can make money here as well. 15 cryo versus 13, but this... Okay. We'll be okay. Let's see what dice we get for tomorrow. Not great dice, but they will do. Hey, Crafty Blue, welcome in.
Thank you for the lurk. All right, let us get some work. Hope, pray. Ooh, positive outcome. Nice. Got some money. Hope, pray. We want positive or neutral. We have a 75% chance of having those. One of those two things occurring. And a 25% chance of bad things happening. Okay, neutral outcome. That was fine. And then we have this 2, which I don't want. Okay. If we can spend it on a Yadigan agent, I get more money. I cannot spend it on you. Can I spend it on you? No. Annoying. I can spend it on you and get more money as well. Get this data. Nice. Then we go to low end. It's not low end. We go to Timbre Lounge. And we sell it. So that earned us 15 cryo for that. Which is good. Tomorrow we have to pay his bill again. Tomorrow the scrap freighter goes. It's really all we can do. Yadigan sounds like what you would shout out when you got a winning hand in a game of cards. Yeah, it's got a very Dabo-esque sort of feel. It's just a word for Yakuza, essentially. Alright, short day. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Being down to 3 dice is terrible. We got good dice, though. Okay. The compressor is quiet today. The usual crowds are elsewhere, and the pumping music washes over a handful of spacers and a few drunks. Ethan is still in the same stool in the same pool of light. His head is low, close to the bar, and the bartender is ignoring him. As you get closer, he lifts his head and turns. Sleeper! Turns to look at you. Time to pay up again, is it? He gestures to the bartender. Come here and take their chits. No more, Ethan. Ethan doesn't even look at you. He props his elbow on the bar and holds his head. Sleeper, it's been a long cycle. Enough. Ethan lets out a long sigh. He rapidly rubs his eyes with his palms. You were right, he says quietly. This isn't fun anymore. He reaches towards his holster. His elbow slips and the gun tumbles out. It clatters on the bar and falls to the floor, bouncing onto the ground between you. Both you and the bartender look at the gun and stare at it. Butterfingers, says Ethan, and puts out a hand, beckoning for you to give him the gun back. If you would. The bartender looks at you warily. You crouch down and pick up the gun. We have a choice. Quick, shiv him when he's not looking. Well, we could aim the gun at Ethan, or we could hand him the gun. I don't particularly want to fight with Ethan. I think even as drunk as he is, he's probably better at fighting than we are. I just don't want to see him destroy himself like this. Like, it's bad, man. But chat, this is where you come in. What should we do? You guys are gonna make me decide, aren't we? I'm gonna point the gun at Ethan. Maybe I can get him to back down. I doubt it, but, well, here we go. Ethan turns his head in your direction a little. A sharp, pale eye locking with yours. The bartender backs away. Oh. Turns on the stool. Oh, sleeper. He stands. This is more like it. We could pull the trigger. It's probably empty. Oh, I'm happy to see him destroy himself like this. It's 100% his doing, and it severely reduces how dangerous he is in general, and also in specific with regard to us. Drink up, Ethan. Make yourself no longer our problem. I am not that cold-hearted. I mean, I know it's the safe play, but... I'm gonna wait. You hold the gun steady, training it on his head. Ethan smiles. Like the dog that caught the car, he turns to the bartender and mock whispers, I'm not sure they know what to do with it. He's the one who chooses to hunt people down and destroy their lives. I mean... I get it. You're not wrong. I'm gonna wait. You keep the gun on Ethan. Ethan smiles at the bartender. Oh well, he says and grabs the gun, slamming it back into your face in a single move. Yeah, well, I deserved that. You stagger back and drop to a knee. Somewhere nearby, the gun clatters into the surface. It's hit a glancing blow, but it makes your vision swim. Through the blur, you see Ethan wrestle a small, thin slate from his belt and hold it up. Enough of this. I'm logging the job and calling it in. No more playing. Your head aches. Ethan taps through a few screens impatiently. He swears and taps again. He starts shouting, a dull echo to your ringing ears. He starts screaming at the slate and throws it across the bar. He crouches down and grabs you by the chin, his face close, his breath heavy with drink. Ethan Arp just screwed me, he grins maniacally. They canceled the contract. He stands up. They canceled the contract, he shouts at the ceiling of the compressor. You stand up, struggling to your feet, the sting of the hit fading. Ethan is rubbing his temples and his face pale. You hear a clicking sound, like coins being counted, like bullets being loaded into a magazine. Yeah, I didn't think the gun even had ammo in it. That was the thing. If I had pulled that trigger, nothing would have fucking happened. He's not that dumb. When you shake off the last of the blur, the bartender has Ethan's pistol trained on Ethan's head. Ethan stumbles back towards the middle of the room, all eyes trained on him. I'll kill all of you, he screams. He stumbles into the wall, spinning away towards the door. I'll be back for that, he shouts at the bartender and lunges out of the compressor. You steady yourself on the bar and catch your breath. The rumble of conversation returns. The bartender goes to say something, but then thinks better of it and begins to clean the bar. After a while, you wander out, into the light of the bright market, looking for Ethan around every corner. Well... I don't have to deal with him? Ah, Ethan's vendetta. Okay, well, I will have to deal with him, but not right now. Okay. I have a good engage. Let's just get this done. And then I have more risky business. Okay. Okay. He just needs one more, but this one's not worth it. It's not worth it. Okay. I have literally just enough for the surgery, to buy this, and it's really not worth it. Howsomever. Ones and threes. Nah. Ones and threes. But you'll be a 2, and I can use you to make more money. Bye-bye. Okay. And then we go here, and we sell the data. Please and thank you. All right. You're leaving. You're almost leaving. That's really all I can do. I will make more money tomorrow. I got a passkey for an apartment. Interesting. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshiro's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end, it has a hard metal strip, a handle. You hold the cloudy film up to the light. It is perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings. Passkey. Is this an entry key for somewhere? The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted onto it. 207F, and then, crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have this, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end and find out. Oh, Doc. Oh, Doc. Okay. I kind of would like to grab predictive reasoning, or Intuit +1. Intuit +1 would be really nice. We could, however... No, I think Intuit +1 is all I want in this moment. That gives me a +1 to engineering, interface, and Intuit actions. Endure and engage I don't care about as much. I went with the operator build rather than the other one for that reason. And that way, I can consider getting into instant karma, icebreaker, and self-repair. These will all be very useful. So now I need to start hoarding upgrade points. All right. You find the entrance to the apartment, its passkey symbol obscured beneath layers of graffiti. Who lives here? The lock clunks open, the metal door swinging inward in the dark. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then to a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross the cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach, there is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice shakily echoes through the apartment. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be there. I had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within yet again. I no longer trust them. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yet again, we're supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything that happened, I was desperate, and then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise like waves passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information, and as you know, you need me. A pause, something clicking in the dark. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. Another pause. I know sleepers. I have been here before. I can help you, but not with Yadigan's noose around my neck. Get me data. Get me information. Get me something I can use against Yadigan. Then I can get out, and you can get what you need. Please. Waves of static cut into Sabine's voice. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. You look around the tiny room and try to imagine Sabine living here, working at the desk, sleeping in the bunk, blinking into the terminal in the dark. The recording cuts to static filling the room with its white hiss, then silence. Let's access the terminal. You sit in front of the humming terminal and hit a few keys. Sabine has left an access port open, but the rest is encrypted, locked away behind passcodes. It seems Sabine might not trust you as much as they want you to think. Who does Sabine need to hide from? And what debt do they owe to Yadigan? You try to assemble the pieces, but too many are missing. The only thing you know is that without stabilizer, your body will die. You glance at the briefcase lab on the desk, its glassware glinting in the dark. You turn away and leave. The door clunking shut behind you. Back in the corridor, you notice the scrawled graffiti of a blade on the opposite wall. Yet again, you feel yourself being drawn into something you don't quite understand. Oh boy. Well, we've got yet another thing to help. So, we need to build a ship mind. We need to disable our tracker. We need to fix the ambergris. Help get aid to the flotilla. Free Neovend, which will, in fact... fix the ambergris. Get Sabine out. Get to know Emphis, but we need to bring Griot caps. Hack Hardigan's network and win a side rail ticket, if we can. These are all things that are active. Our complete ones do not matter. We have enough stabilizer that we can get back up to full if we want to, but I'm okay with 3 dice. It just limits what I can get done in a day. Which is fine. There's a lot that we could be doing. Yeah, I can't do anything about you. So we just need to make money. I'm gonna wait on the stabilizer for a hot second. Yeah, it is a major ask. But she is keeping us alive, so... Ooh, that's gonna be good. And a couple of 2s. Yarg. Well, we have just enough to get food. Let's finish this up. Sleeper! You see Fang coming up the corridor as you step out of Minji's, the kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. He comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you a couple of those metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripper worms. My slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up our 2 targets. He squeezes your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we nail those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocols on both of them, you should be able to gain the location of the nearest network ports. Slot the Ripper worms in those ports, each one, and they'll feed me anything and everything stored in Hardin's shadow network. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of boots as a group comes up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Minji. You turn for a second, and when you look back, Fang is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises a hand in farewell and is gone. You run your fingers over the tiny Ripper worm drives in your pocket and smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Okay. Hello. Oh, a 6 or a 4? And I can only get this up to a 3? Rude. You're still a 1 or a 3. Five or a 3? Wait a minute. If it's a 3, then this should work. Rude. Rude! Fine. Once those run out, she can't do much for us. I actually think that she is trying to synthesize it on her own. So it will be far less a once those run out situation and far more of a when she's working on her own, we'll have to gather our own supply of it. More than likely. Or our, you know, the raw chemicals for it. Okay. Well, we've done that. Do I have to pay this again? No. I can now come and go as I please. There's stuff over there I can do, but I don't really have the thing for it. Is this a new one? Dang. What about this one? Yeah. Oh, this is way too expensive. You assholes. And I can't... It's an engage action. Fine. Well, that's all I can do for the day. If I could just get some decently cheap scrap, we might be able to get the data mined. I will inject the stabilizer at the end of today. Okay. I need... Oh, that's yet again. No, not you. I need one of you. Asshole number 1. Asshole number 2. And number 2. As you walk into Timbre, you quickly spot Fang arguing with Jenna. I am staying out of that. It doesn't look good. Fang seems to be explaining something, but Jenna is having none of it. She points to the door, and Fang walks away, catching your eye as he turns. Could have done with you getting here a minute or so ago. He glances back at Jenna. Well, either way, it looks like I'm fired. Good news is that it doesn't look like I need the job anyway. He takes out his slate, pulsing with pale light. Now, let's look at what you're really here for. The slate is a whirring mess of code streams coming direct from the Ripper worms as they dig through the agent's data and spin it into threads for the slate to pick up. Anything good? Fang scrolls the display with a finger. A lot of junk, a lot of dull as hell message threads, a lot of tedious data caches, but Fang's eyes flash. Definitely some good stuff. He stops the screen scrolling at an entry and expands it. Check this out. Fang shows you the screen. You see a bold corporate logo, not Solheim's, and a word below. Conway. Fang says, he's working with Conway. Conway Extractions, right? Fang nods. He's been speaking with them personally. Got a whole chain of messages here, but it's mostly encrypted or redacted. He rubs his head. Damn it, this is juicy, but we can't nail him with it. He scrolls some more. Wait. What's this? A wasteland reclamation facility? Right here on the eye? Glances at you. What's the bet this place is tucked into the wastes? Conway are set up here? I'm guessing so. Got themselves up in the wastes. Back before the collapse, people would have got there by going down the connected spoke from the hub, but that spoke's broken now, so the only way is the long way, round the rim, past the greenway. He shows you on his slate. Fang looks away, thinking. Conway have been making moves on this system since the collapse. I heard they took over one of Solheim's old belt colonies a while ago, moved everyone out and reclaimed the whole rock. What's their angle? Hardin has to be offering them something. Fang looks back at the screen. But if Hardin is involved in it, we need to check it out. Simple as that. So what's next? Fang stares out into the middle distance. We have to go to that facility. The answers to whatever Harding has been planning has to be there. And we are going to catch him in the act. Give me 5, maybe 6 cycles, and then I'll see you on the Greenway. I seem to remember that there's some old service docks on the outer shell up by the Haifa building. Should be a good place to meet. Fang squeezes your shoulder. Thanks again, Sleeper, for sticking with this. I haven't forgotten about that tracker of yours either, but I'm gonna need to be back in my bay to pull a solution together. He turns the slate around to face you, showing a mass of scrolling code. I've been working on a fix in my breaks. He winks. Fang grins. See you soon, Sleeper. And he walks out the door of the tambour without looking back. Alright, so we now have an upgrade point that I'm not going to do anything with, because I really, really, really want to use it to get an upgrade elsewhere. This is going to bite me in the ass. I have a little bit of coin. Fucking merchant trader. I could work on this, I guess. Alright. Let's get us some food. We will take this today so that we have 5 dice to get things done tomorrow. I do want to go... I'm just... So there's the Greenway. This is the service dock, which is where we wait for Fang. That's Hypatha Commune, but this is the wastes, which we can't do because we need a skill upgrade. It's fine. And then The Greenway gate is absolutely locked down because we don't have the Greenway cipher, which Fang will probably provide. And then we can do things here. Okay, so we need Growler caps. Welcome to episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refugee, and Purge, are now available. Completing the supply agreeals action will begin the episode, but be aware it is intended for late gameplay. That's fine. I don't have the greels anyway. You have to get them at the Greenbelt, which we have... or the Greenway, which we have not done anything about. Although now I have Intuit enough to map the paths. So that's probably what I need to be doing. I just have no dice for today. Okay. Time to go back. Still living in an empty container. Alright, this time we are going to use the stabilizer so that we're not down to 2. And end our cycle. Alright. This becomes a 4. Or it becomes a 6. I want to save the 6. I can live with a 4. Cool. Ah, but we can get in with structural fitting as well if we want to. No, I'll... Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper! Wait up! Lem's voice trembles as he shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby. Give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her, and her cries start to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by the side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As she does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Is Mina okay? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know who. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on the display screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade to the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back towards the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit. Mina. He starts patting his pockets on his gear and glancing around. Go. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staring. Thank you all. He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with our friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and... He stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food. She's got shit. I have to go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Mina stands, staring, suddenly small without Lem at her side. She fixes you with a dark-eyed look you can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks still glint on her cheeks. You okay, Mina? She sniffs and looks down. I will look in the bag. You unlatch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers fashioned from scrap components. A battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning, and tucked beside it is a ragged rabbit, hand-sewn. You pull the rabbit out of the bag, its long limbs waggling as you do. Mina goes to jump and grab it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs herself, eyes the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks at the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. We'll give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down, ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, closing the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where he sits. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust, but before long you were talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the eye's heating pipes. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and into his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He asked, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. We managed. Mina glances carefully at you, hiding a smile that is slowly growing. Well, well, well. Looks like Meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, wide smile. I owe you. Look. He glances around. It seemed like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. He grins sheepishly. If you have time. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina, and she giggles in response. See you, sleeper. He waves, and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. Oh, they're cute! I got in. Your work as a junior tech has qualified you to work in the team handling the final tech fit of the Sidereal's Horizons Bridge Vast job. Each cycle you see another piece slot in place. Oh, this is the good money too. Oh, that's danger. we just want positive. We don't want nothing else but positives. Okay. That was good. That is a way off. Alright, we've got other things that we need to do. You're the asshole who's too expensive. We could do with some food. We've got the money for it. I'm just skimming a summary of the various skills. Endure is not rated well at all. Both effects are considered essentially worthless from the mid-game onwards. The second engineering effect is considered pretty much essential, though the second Karma one is considered the absolute best. So yes, the three skills that you're focusing on are the ones that are generally considered to be the good ones. Endure benefits are terrible and Engage is meh, okay-ish, but there are much better things to spend your points on. I agree. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for a Sidereal crew lottery. Watching Mina gives him that chance. Yeah, we're gonna babysit. See that? We're gonna babysit. It was a negative outcome, but he still gets there. He just doesn't get 2 pies. He gets 1. I will take it. Yes, we only need 1 more die to get these 2 in a good place. I'm gonna do it. It's worth it. It's so worth it. Was I gonna spend those die on other things? Yes, but I'm not. Yeah. So I have not done anything with. I'm like, I got rid of my negative in Endure, and Engage are meh. So, yeah, this seems like you absolutely need it, and this one is so important. And like, Icebreaker is nice. I went with the 3 that seemed like the best bet, so seemed worth checking up on what was up with them and if there was anything we'd missed when considering them. No, apparently I'm just brilliant. I'm just smart. Okay, I don't have any dice to spend on hacking things, so I'm not gonna worry about it. That is the end of today for me. Got some good dice. Alright, let's go babysit Mina a little bit more so he can get in that last shift. We want a good one, so I am going to take one of my 4s. And then if I have to, I will do the 2. Okay, the 2 it is. Yes. She's asleep, whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door shut as he does. You are perched at a thin bar in the main room, the slate in front of you still glowing with Mina and your drawings from a cycle spent together. There's a ring, the only world Mina has known, with stick figures standing along its edge. The tall one is you. Drink? Asks Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of gruel from under the bar, its contents glowing amber in the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers into a couple of metal tumblers, then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. You know, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team on the Sidriel. He grins broadly. Clearly, he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Amazing. Lem holds up his drink. Couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. Lem shifts a little on his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? I haven't seen much of her these past cycles. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah, he says to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink, his eyes fixed on the bedroom door. You okay? He nods. I can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Ember's moons. The colony was falling apart for decades after Solheim collapsed, surviving on next to nothing. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the Eye on these decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway here. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let her go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over and refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. Once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm gonna sound like an idiot now, but... He sighs. She saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me. I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. He rubs his eyes, dark with tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The Sidriel will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. He looks at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Together. That's right. We'll hold on together. Imagine all three of us riding the Sidriel horizon out of here, to a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I drank this too fast, he laughs. Nah, she's his. Might not be a biological relative, but she's very clearly his daughter now. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing about family. It doesn't, like, oftentimes the bonds of family are stronger if you're not related to each other than if you are. Lem stands and starts to clear the glasses into the auto wash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Alright then. He catches your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. From both of us. He pats your shoulder and you slip out into the dark of the walkway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. Yay! We did it! Self-repair, self-repair. Now all my scrap components mean something. They mean something. Alright. We got things to do. We have some cash. This is gonna be a problem soon. You're useless. You're useless. We could work on this. It does pay. Nice. Okay. Now I'm gonna go over to the Greenway and do some exploration. Hello, Greenway. I would like to intuit your pathways. Pretty please. Oh, that sucked. Alright. No. I hit the wrong button. Let's get some food. Yeah, we can only do noodle manufacture now. We don't have any data. But we can do this now. It's risky, but we could make some money. I believe it's also better than the Ort exchange. Yep, absolutely it is. I will buy the good food. We're celebrating. Mina and Lem, we're celebrating. That was worth it. Alright. And now, when I get scrap, I can keep it and repair myself back up to stable. Which is pretty good. It's pretty good, you guys! Alright. Last time I will have this many dice. I've got good dice. Ooh. What do I want to do? I kinda... would like to go here and use it on this. Okay. New drive discovered. Grow mushrooms. Yep. Vertical farms. Buried mushroom paint the overgrown garden. Okay. So, steal the harvest, thief. Work the stacks, get money. Barter for food. Some farm stacks, the old station have survived. Always looking for new workers, they paid by yield. Okay. Mushroom groves. Collect spores. And forage for fungi. That will get me Greel caps. This gives me groove spores. Interesting. And then this one, clear overgrowth. Cut away the choking vines, stop the rot, and this place could be turned back into a garden of sorts. Okay. Once a corporate garden for impressing guests with gene-tweaked birds, now this chamber is a mess of overgrowth, but you can change that. Interesting. Okay. Beautiful. So now we can start working our way through the farming stuff, which is fine. All right. Back we go. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Yes. I got it. Ship mind. Built. Done, done, diddly done, done. Insert this. Start action. Sleeper. Must express plan before we begin. No, Neo-Vend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. Ship mind has no output features. Will be mute until slotted. You won't be able to speak? Okay, what's the plan? Servo motors in the machine begin to rev. Neo-Vend's anxiety clear. First, imprint shipmind, then slot imprinted shipmind into physical ports close to hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track hunter at each. Tracking will find core nest. Slot shipmind at core nest, show hunter data to hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke killer. Sounds simple. The lights on the vending machine cycle as Neo-Vend prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. We'll need keys, but yes, simple. The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? Why slot you physically? I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter will find immediately. The lights flicker. Am not like you. Hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey. What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol must keep data outside self, linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there. Alright, that's it. Let's start. The sound of all the servo motors starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. Neo-Vend better be quick, or Haven Age security will be here. Neo-Vend's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck! In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms aligned with the shipmind, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. The metal creaks as the servos open the ship mind, its layers of silicon nested like onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting Neovend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What processes were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neural structure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, a way to circumnavigate the illegality of a sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where, then, would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ship mind is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is Neovend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Okay. Instant karma. Thank you, thank you. I can now reroll all the dice once per cycle. So if I get bad rolls, I can try again. Oh, yes. Alright. This is Haven Agent. Is it on this level that we do this? No, it doesn't look like it. Are there any new symbols that have popped up? Yes. The atrium. Sealed behind a maglock, the atrium flickers with warm, inviting light. The nest has to be inside. Well, I can handle that. Let's solve this problem. Hacking the glowing nest. The atrium is strung with cables and lights as if they were decorations. There's a wide choice of open ports. Hacked. Alright. Glowing nest 1. Server unit. I had picked up all of these maglock keys a while ago, so now I get to finally make use of them. There you are, Neovend. Hacked. Alright, where's the last one? Here we go. The drone bay. No more data. Can re-roll all remaining dice once per cycle, so use your good ones, then re-roll the rest. Absolutely, Trav. Absolutely. But, like, every once in a while, all I get is trash, so... Alright, that is hacked, and now... time to end Hunter. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign as if they are leading you somewhere. I'm gonna look at my hand. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mind in your hand, but in its place is an orrery, a sphere so bright it burns your eyes, is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space. And as you look closer, still you pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships, flowing like smoke, like dust. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying or mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. Then you see it. Below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes, and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens beneath the low end is the hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. Whew. Okay. Low end. Find the nest. 4. This is interface. This is intuit. Both are danger. Okay. I can't do this today, but we are good. Let's patch herself up a little. Beautiful. Really good dice today, so like I could re-roll the 3 and the 4 if I wanted to, but I got 5s. That's gonna be fantastic. Let us deal with this frickin'... Okay. So let us find the nest, but all of my 5s become 6s, so we're gonna do plus 4s. And then I only need 2. So we will intuit the rest of the way. Heck yeah. Hunter's Lair. A huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Nothing has changed. Has something gone wrong? Navigator. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end, and there, at its center, a ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer. A sphere, spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map. And then behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. Neovend? Navigator now, but yes, I was the one inside that machine. Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. Yeah, it was a really nice hand of dice today, actually. Like, I was expecting it to be trash. But no, it was good. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. I'm ready. And then Hunter is there before you can think, before you can speak. Entities, cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material. Access prohibited. Hunter threads surge for you, and Navigator, a storm of fine tentacles, searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks, which they can crowd into and tear apart. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind, but replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigator is whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you. All 3 of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segmentations. Recommend invoke killer. The head freezes, then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommend invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter. The threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot evoke Killer. Neo vends. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar, and yet distant. Is it safe? It is looping, Navigator whispers, unable to reach a conclusive position. It is deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of two spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loop. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient. Truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but in reality they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious. I know myself to respond to stimulus. I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I think, therefore I am. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and the whole solar system apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten. That much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into the memory of that vending machine. Their starlight dims, and so here we are, in darkness. What else did you lose? That is the blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. Navigator glides back towards the nest and the ship mind at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mind. I have enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Isn't Hunter gone? Hunter, yes, but they were not the real risk. Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain. Somewhere else on this station. It is the true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mind. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter. Floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Aw, poor Hunter. I feel bad for it. It just wanted to live. And do its job. Alright, what do I want to toggle? Probably this. But now I need to get to the hub, which I think requires going up this. We're not going to do engage, that's for sure. Let's intuit some stuff and see if we can't figure out a way. Okay. This will give me a 5, which is still pretty good. Now we need to make some money. I think I'm going to work at the bar. Oh, this is engaged, though. Never mind. The good money is actually not here. But the good roll is. This only gets me up to a 4. But it is good money regardless. Okay. I need food. I also need scrap. That got me another ship mine fragment, which is not what I was looking for, and then now you are useless for many cycles. She wants just... Okay. Well, apparently I need to make another one anyway. And this is going to pop off in a couple... 4 dice tomorrow. Okay. I could sell that for money, but that's okay. I did things. Okay, I've got 2 decent dice. What will make me the most money? That is something I need to... I believe this will make me the most money. High stakes only. Let's go. That makes me the most money. That's only a 4, though. I could reroll all of these. But a 3 is not bad. Depending. Screw it. Oh yeah, this will make me money. I like that. Oh yeah, much better. I need to be able to do other things. Okay. So we need food. We need scrap. Which is literally an engineering. I don't think this is engineering. Yeah, this is interface. What will get me engineering? I bought all the scrap I can off you. I need 3 of those for another ship bind. What do you want? Oops. Okay. That I can do. Except I don't have a 1 or a 3. No more hunter, though. This gets me energy. I have money, so I can just buy food. So I will go do that. I have not done good service here. I could attempt to start doing that. Kind of want an engineering job. Oh, hi. This is new. is the hub? Steal a shipment? No, thank you. Or freight operator for stuff. They need skilled operators. You don't have to lift a single crate. Okay. And this one is sell a ship mind, import Saki, or buy a ship mind core. Wow. Okay. Paz knows a spacer who will take Masaki out to the Star Wars belt, but only in bulk. 80 cryo for 3 batches. Paz says she has a contract who will take ship mines, but she reminds you any ship mine from the eye fetches a lower price. Okay. And then this. I just need like 2 more. And this is a 5. Got 1. Okay. I got neutral. This is a 3. I could maybe finish this off or take another hit. We'll try it. We'll try it. Yeah! Got it. Got it. So I've got all of the things here. I can ascender car. What is this? Take the ascender car to the Eye's central hub. Ooh, that's where I wanted to go anyway. The hub. Okay, what is this? Spacer socializing. Access manifests. Up here, there's no gravity, so even moving around takes a while to get used to, let alone navigating the base. But if you do it enough, you get used to it, and then it's not a problem anymore. Howsoever, the A1 mainframe is now mostly disused. Haven Age having set up their own master controllers. Navigator thinks killer is hiding here. Alright, let's find out if it happens. If it works. Do it. The navigator and the clamps lock. The ship mind is stuck. How are you going to get them out of this thing? You slip into the cloud as easy as blinking. Navigator is beside you, their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look. A center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. It's dead. Quiet, Navigator hisses. Then you see it, like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. It glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. Here is Killer. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. How to remove it? We ask Mr. Crowbar for help. This is the digital space. I don't think Mr. Crowbar works on digital. Yes, I am aware that Mr. Crowbar can work on hardware, but not necessarily software. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too, then. Killer has been blinded. We need to be careful. Correct. The protocol is clearly operating outside established limits. It may be unpredictable. You flinch as the silent killer appears closer and glides past you. Its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spheres is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spheres are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap. You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding through the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now, if Navigator cannot move, then it's only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator, and time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. And you see it. 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock access before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear and afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Well, shit. What does this require? An unlock branch. I don't have that data. Okay. What do we have here? I do have key nodes. I don't have any dice for. A 3 or a 4? A 6 or a 3? 5 or a 3. Okay, so 3s are good here. Sadly, I cannot do any of this until tomorrow. I am sorry. Okay. Well, I don't have scrap. I cannot buy more scrap. Well, I don't have the money for... We're just gonna have to go. I would self-prepare, but I don't have the scrap. I sold all that lovely, lovely scrap for cash. I have a single 3. Okay. Hello, Ethan. You miss me? Ethan smiles a ragged smile at you. No. You look at him. He's paler than usual, hunched. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, he pauses. Colleague? He smiles weakly. This is big, really big stuff. About you. He seems more jittery than usual, on edge. Remember how S and ARP canceled the contract on you? The contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed? Me? I lost everything, but let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. So what did you think that was? I'm just gonna stay silent. He's here to tell me shit, so... Well, it was. Except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if old S and ARP gave the bounty to someone else? Someone who is even more of a shithead than yours truly? He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Who? Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around in his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out S and ARP canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. It seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well in their last contract they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on this ship called the Winter Wonderland, or something. It was smuggling sleepers out from under S and ARP's big corporate nose. He killed the crew and blew the ship. Ethan whistles. They called him Hemwick or Maywick or something. He gives up looking for the paper. I forgot. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm your friend, Ethan says, looking you in the eye. And friends help each other out. Ethan runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I've brought to the light, it seems like you are in need of protection. I'll hear him out. I mean, I, meanwhile, am in need of assistance in kind. It turns out I upset some people at the compressor the last time we were there. The owners. They say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessmen, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so for his clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on a list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temples. I'm sorry, he hisses. I'm sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that thick skull of yours. He sighs. You think I want to go up against this guy? But us, he jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice. So you keep me from getting killed and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other out. A straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. Fine. Ethan smiles. He looks like shit warmed up. Just... He pauses. Think about Maywick. Think about that cold-eyed Ensign Arp shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers off down the corridor, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Yeah, Ethan, you're an ass, but whatever. I only have a billion things to do. Let's get some food. Let's get upstairs. Alright. Oh, right. I need to do the keynotes. A 4 or a 3? Well, have that. A glint, like a light traveling along the edge of a wave, fills your eyes. Then the blade follows, a long head with 2 dead sockets slipping towards you in silence. You freeze, hoping it will pass you by, hoping that it will not simply slice through you like air. The blade head nears, slides past you, almost. It nicks you, grazes you. You are desperate to cry out, to call out. But you hold your silence and simply watch the blind eyes of the killer glide past, empty of all thought. Then the blade winks out into the dark, and you are alone again. Now you cry out. Asshole. Come on. Okay. I got the 3 I need. One. Two. Gotta get my friend out. 3. So, forget the hacking system, killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, the mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. Or, with access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with killer inside, but freeing Navigator, in theory. The killer protocol can be isolated without being destroyed. A loop of connections would lock it into a closed system. The killer protocol has been running for long enough. Breaking the mainframe's final connections will end the protocol. I don't have enough dice to do this today. To finish it today. I mean, capturing it is much, much harder. I wonder if the reward would be better. I could get scrap from doing the engineering one. This is an interface action. Either way, I just can't finish it today. Stay steady, friend. I will come back for you. Ooh. If I had some scrap, I could patch myself up, but... I need to work with Fang. I just want to get this done before we go to Fang. That will help us. This will be a 5. Okay. Uppies. And this will also be a 5. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the main flame. The vast machine once ran the whole station, span it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Navigator is beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the cresting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop, and that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can be saved. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look at what they did to their own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administrator AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they kept cutting until only those 3 threads remained. From millions that once thrummed here, only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in that kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There is something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. That sounds like something of value. Something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off at the moment of the collapse, so Hunter or Killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. Is it dead? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you. And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher. They pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl their spheres around you. The entities of the station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first, I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing, and then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy. Free, without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps they can wait until after you've celebrated this victory. Ooh. Agent nodes give double data rewards. Yes, please. I will take that. Thank you. And now I can save up for the +2s. That will make all my dice baller for these 3 skills. Alright. I did not get the data mined back, which is sad. But... I can now unlock this. Wakey, wakey. Greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. If what Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The Hunter and Killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligences and systems. So why, then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in, the entropy of systems reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the gang Greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them. A figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown, that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance, you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch, silent as they stoop and reach down. In their hand is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loam of data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they are sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves, and the dappled light of the Greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. What did I get? Gardener's seed. A seed. You need to find somewhere safe to plant this gift. And we have Fang. When you enter this service dock, Fang is already set up, crouched among stacks of equipment. He is leaning over a terminal, bathed in a blue glow. He looks totally at home. Sleeper! What do you think? Turns out not everyone in Haven Age is set against me. A couple of my old systems pals managed to ship me some of my old gear. He gestures at the pile of blinking hardware. Nice kit. Fang does a mock bow. Any updates? Fang beckons you over. He has a set of scans of the wastes on his terminal, with heat maps of activity overlaid. A chunk of the derelict rim is blotchy with bright red and orange marks. Does this look like a wasteland to you? Fang shakes his head. There's hundreds of Conway machines out there, all lined up in concealed hangars, and a whole underground facility to support them. Hardin has got a crew out there putting them together. They must have shipped them in piece by piece, through the shipyard, ready for assembly out there. Machines? That's Conway's whole thing. Remote-operated vehicles, drones, cutters, salvage haulers, the full set. Maybe Hardin masked this whole thing as an effort to clean up the wastes, but there's no way this is about pulling scrap off the eye. Fang looks worried. That's why Conway is in the mix? I bet no one in Haven Age knows another corporation is setting up on the station. They aren't stupid either. These scans are the best info I can get. The wastes are cut off from the eye's cloud of networks, and the Greenway is a total dark zone. No data can come in and out. I can try. No use. You need to enter the cloud, and there's no cloud to speak of. He turns and winks. That's why I'm going to pay them a visit. How? You forget. Haven Age come in and out of there all cycle. I should be able to get in, as long as no one I know sees me. He grimaces playfully. But I need you on the outside to help disable security systems and cut me a pathway through. There's no cloud access, but if I can get inside, I can open up nodes in their network, and we can work in tandem. It's a massive facility, buried deep down there. Miles of corridor and ventways wrapped around cargo bays and hangars. So it'll take more than a few cycles to work through it. But as long as you keep them off my back, I know I can rip what we need out of there. He pulls a handful of ripper worms from his pocket and hands them to you. These are the last of my little helpers I managed to salvage, so make them count. I modified them slightly. This time they'll feed their data threads back into the system that they are tunneling into, creating a nasty little feedback loop. We run it just like we did with the agents. Hack the nodes, I ping to locate the ports for the security system, then slot the worms in those systems and let them go to town. He points to a fuzzy silhouette of the buried facility on the terminal. Here's the entryway. This is where you can get access and slot the first worm. That'll fry their perimeter systems and get me past the first cordon. What I need from you is to keep your eye on the facility after you kick things off. You see me pop up a security system, a server bank you need to break in and slot the Ripper to disable it as soon as you can. If I can't? And gives you a hard look. You miss a system, you wait too long, they are gonna find me. Simple as that. He claps you on the shoulder. I need you focused on this one, so I'm going to let you fire the starting gun. I won't go until you slot that first worm. I'll leave a tracker running on the terminal here, so come back here if you want to see my progress. He affectionately pats the top of the screen. This sounds risky. Risky? This is audacious, at least. He grins. Wouldn't be worth it if it wasn't. Fang gets up. It's all in place. You just need to make your own preparations, then slot that worm. He stretches. Just don't wait too long. I'm getting bored of all this sneaking around. Once I'm inside, I'll get the proof we need to end this whole thing, no matter what. He crouches to check the terminal. We can't take longer than 6 cycles on this thing. Remember that. He stands up. Oh, and one last thing. He lowers his voice. If I get caught, or you can't reach me, or we run out of time, there's one thing I need you to do. What? You take whatever I have managed to pull at that point, all that data, and you slot that stuff straight into the relay I have set up here. He points to a pile of servers and terminals hooked into the dock with cables as thick as your arm. I repurposed the dock's SOS broadcast system to beam out whatever you put in it. Anyone with a terminal, a slate, or a server on the eye will see it. That means Haven Age, Yadigan, the hub, everyone. No matter what, Hardin isn't snaking away this time. He grins. I've got a bit more to do here, but the moment you slot that first worm, I'll make my move. He gives you a parting smile and turns back to the terminal. The nerves hit as you make your way out of the service dock. Time to prepare yourself. I would really love to have 3 dice for, or all 5 dice for that, to be quite frank. We are not ready. What I desperately need is scrap. What I don't have is scrap. I could sell the ship mine fragment, but I actually do need them. Okay. I have some money so I can buy some food. There's a lot of directions you can go in this game. I'm not gonna lie. Oh. That is one thing I didn't do. One moment. I know, I was just over here. But I didn't see what this looks like. There's the Conway access. There's literally nothing else. Okay. That's all I wanted to know. Isn't your skill that any engineering check has the possibility of free scrap? Yes. But where are the engineering checks? Interface. Interface. This is all buy and sell. Endure. Intuit. Ah, block maintenance. Here is the only engineering thing that I have. So I just need to do this tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. So indeed. Alright. I have some amount of money, so we're just gonna get some food. Can't buy scrap off of you. You're a useless tool. Alright. Low end. I need to do block maintenance. Did not get scrap that time. More block maintenance. Did not get scrap that time. I have a 1. Nice. And a new drive. Build a home. There's a derelict unit in the low end that remains unclaimed with lots of scrap and a little work. It could be yours. Cool. If I had scrap, I would not be using it for this, but okay. Hello? Hello, Yadigan agent. Extract the data. I only need one more, and I can help her. Okay. Well... Flux. Actually, if I'm doing maintenance, I don't actually need to eat, because this will give me energy. One more day. Okay. Where is that other... Let's get you. Hey, Doc. And I can sell one of them, too. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yadigan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. The call must be coming in from somewhere in the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yadigan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distance. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from the Yadigan agents, there's something in it I don't understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Their voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Sabine reemerges. It has to be somewhere baked into their wetwares interface. And that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. Wait, why? Every Yadigan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yadigan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Sabine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Sabine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. And then the sharp crack of a disconnect, and silence fills the apartment. You step back from the terminal. What does Yadigan have to gain from monitoring its own members? You try to recall what you know about the gang, but you have little to go on. You think of Toshiro, Sabine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implant set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering, and more importantly, where are they sending it? You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. Can you really trust Sabine? How did they come to be Yadigan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition that they gave you when they first met you. That look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake the unpleasant sensation of being observed. Okay, well, she's on a timer now. I need to do this. Block maintenance, please. Giveth me some scrap. And then it's gone. Oh. Caster. You cross between 2 walls of units, one of the cavernous streets at the center of Low End. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tavla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see a man sitting at a tavla table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. Okay. You sit at the metal stool, and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps. Low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing to the caps, crudely displayed. White or black? If I remember correctly, chess always starts with white. But seeing as this looks like backgammon, I don't remember in backgammon which one goes first. I'm gonna go with night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and worn, and roll a to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6. You roll a 4. I lead. Well, I just learned. Thanks, Trav. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks, eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. I am going to play carefully. After all, a sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Caster meets your eye. I merely see that you are, by definition, different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? Slides a single cap into an open point, a risk, and an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double 1 and solidify your wall. Caster whistles. The holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under Caster's before he solidifies control of the game. So, what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all of this, Caster asks. What does this tangle of truths make you? Are we free? Are we doomed? Or are we driven? What do we think, chat? Free. Free to take our course, free to thrive, free to die, free of the baggage of our old life. What does May think? We were asked a similar question earlier in the game, last stream, and I said that I wanted to build a life. So, free is a correct answer. Doomed is also a correct answer. But I think in this one, it's driven. I think my answer would be driven. I'm driven to build something new for myself. Do I care that my body might wake up someday, that the quote-unquote real me is going to wake up someday and go on with their life? No, not particularly. Do I feel concerned that I'm a copy? that requires a artificial body to wander around in, or can slip between an artificial body and a digital network? Not really. I feel that I would like to just exist and build something comfortable for myself. That's what I'm working towards. Unfortunately, the body that I have is not something that I can permanently use, and to some extent I am so connected or attached to having a physical form to wander around in that I can't just slip into the data sphere and forget the body. If I could, if that was an option for me, I think I would. I think I would do what Navigator did and just become a sentient AI in the system somewhere, but it's not really where I'm at. So I think I'm gonna go with Driven. Castor laughs. That much is obvious, Sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You are eager to make all this count for something. Castor looks away through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts removing caps. His home board is now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Castor clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with the last word. To our mutual benefit. He slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I'll see. Please. I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure here, and, if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more. The call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments, the reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave. Castor nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you were sure was there. If I had played more aggressively. So, I can now sell data like 5 at a time. Good to know. What if I do this? Oh, I do need 5. Well... Oops. I'm gonna do this really quickly. I have a feeling Castor's a bigger payoff, but I don't have 5. And I have this 3 dice, and I need to now find a new engineering. Because, like, this is Intuit, which is money. This is Intuit, which is money. This is Endurer. Interface. Engage and endure. Can also barter for food. Intuit. Endure. Engage and endure. Locked, but an endure. That one is late game. Pretty sure this is also interface. Yeah. Oops. Hey, Mr. Scrake, thank you for the lurk. And this is interface and engage. '85 stream streak, let's go! Congrats, Mr. Scrake. I don't have any engineering options. I have gone through them all. This is annoying. Well, it is what it is. This is Ethan's debt. Hate that. Yeah, and this is still 100 cryo, which I don't have. Okay. Kinda fucked. So I have no way of getting scrap except to buy it at this point. Which is annoying. Okay, what are you? Useless. What are you? Expensive. I need money. Okay. We need to work on Fang's storyline tomorrow. Here we go. Here we go. It is go time. As you slot the worm, a thread jumps out of the facility. It unspools in front of you, releasing its data like ink in water. Sleeper, Fang's voice crackles through. Moving in. Nodes, then ports, aware of interference. Slot the worms. Timer starts now. Stay safe. The thread dissipates. You are on your own for now. Hello? Data extract. Let us go. Four or two. I have a 4. I have a 3. Leave. Not that one. Bypassed. Dang. I can't do these ones. Things progress, but we still have time. I can do this tomorrow. Okay. Okay. I have a 1. Got you. Alright, I don't have 5 yet, but I do have 2. I have enough money for food tomorrow. We're good. We almost have things done entirely. That was very good. That was a good day. Nice roll. Let's go finish it off. Have 3. Let's go. Last one. Have 4. Let's go. Last Ripper Worm. Here we go. I've hacked it. A thread from the facility cuts through the cloud like a hairline crack of light. That's it. The final layer of security broken. Somewhere buried in the depths of the station, Fang is in control. He is slicing into the camera control circuits and piping out the results. The thread flickers and unravels into an image, a scene. 2 figures in a room, one sat, the other pacing. The pacing figure resolves into Hardin. The unmistakable superior posture, the shock of gray hair. The second figure's features don't seem to resolve. They are vague, unformed. A problem with the data, perhaps? You look closer. Then you see it. The figure is a proxy. Perhaps you should have expected it from Conway, a corporation whose very existence is owed to automation. The proxy is a machine, designed to be piloted by remote connection, someone elsewhere in the system puppeteering it with their own body, speaking so it may speak. The proxy sits impassively, or the Conway executive that is piloting them does, from the distant safety of some ship or orbital colony, perhaps. We can move forward, there is no doubt, Hardin says. The reclamation teams are almost ready, and after that, I will make the declaration. Nothing has to change. The proxy leans forward, its movement stilted, uneven, as if its body was being refracted through water. But things must change, Hardin. We need further assurances. I have been informed of a breach in one of the closed networks in the low end. You have been careless. Hardin waves the accusation away. We have been stretched. A breach was detected, yes, but no data of value was lost. Our board is concerned, Hardin. A drop in our value would be unwelcome at this time. The proxy leans back, its posture dominant. If the reclamation of A1 is contested, then we could be drawn into a compromising legal position. Hardin approaches the proxy. There will be no contest, not from Solheim, who cannot muster a defense, nor from Havenage, who will fall into line below me. He crouches in front of the seated figure, eye to eye, and the people of the station? Refugees, gangs, spacers, all either opportunists or degenerates. Havenage is no longer strong, no longer united. No one here believes in Erlin's vision, nor has the strength to enact it. I sat across from him at the negotiating table. He was forceful, eager, weakened by his ideological convictions, perhaps, but a great man nonetheless. This place no longer deserves to bear his name. The eye is crippled. It cannot survive. It is a ruin filled with squatters and outlaws. They will be lucky if it still spins in 100 cycles. Hardin stands. You will move forward with the reclamation because otherwise you will lose your advantage in the system. Without your advantage, you will lose claims on the remaining palladium. Without the palladium, your factories will go dark. He pauses. Do I need to continue? One moment. Comes the response I think it's supposed to be from the proxy, and its head drops to its chest. Hardin steps back and paces once more, awaiting the discussion taking place elsewhere in the system. You watch Hardin as he paces, as he considers his future. What goes on within a mind like that, in the mind of a man who would burn all those around him for a path to some imagined golden end? The proxy lifts its head. We are happy to proceed. We will legally claim the station formerly known as Solheim A1 as salvage within 6 cycles. Havenage is to assist with the transport of the illegal residents to Conway housing and labor facilities. The proxy judders to its feet. Conway will also claim 70% of the raw output of the reclamation process after losses have been accounted for. Hardin nods. I accept. Proxy reaches out to shake his hand like a marionette, and then the recording loops. You watch it play out a second time, gripped by a horrified fascination. There is a bluntness to the conversation. It is blatant disregard for humans as anything other than objects. Things to be moved, to be used, to be fed into structures, crushed and losses accounted for in the cells of tables, the margins of ledgers. You realize now that you are no different than anyone else on his station in the eyes of the people in that room, and those like them. Each body here can be recast as a piece of property, a tool, an expense, an acceptable loss. In one moment they can be named a citizen, celebrated, protected, and in another the very idea of citizenship can be used against them. That is what it means to live in proximity to a system like this. No longer, not while the eye spins. You gather the recording, pack it into a polygon of purest light. Then you drift down to into the service dock like a falling leaf and find the relay. It only takes a second to place that polygon of data, that recording, into the relay system, Feng prepared. And then you watch as it bursts out, a web of threads heading out into the black, to every network device on the eye. Let them see what power makes of a man. Beautiful. Okay. This will happen in 2 cycles. I suppose we could do a little bit of this. And then I think I will use my low stuff for agents, because I can. A 1 or 3. Well, that's a 5. Never mind. What can I do with a 5? I can make myself some money. Thank you for the refresh, PP. Alright. Get some food. We're celebrating. Okay. You're too expensive. And you're useless. Okay. This will go down, and then hopefully we'll get this tracker dealt with. I'm gonna toggle the tracking on this one. I suppose I could work at the compressor a bit. Alright, let's see what today brings. Food! Are you useful? Yes. Give me scrap. Beautiful. Hello, home. Do I know that I can use the scrap to build a better house for me? Yes. But right now, that is not the priority. I do need to make some money. See what's up with the dock. 4 cycles, Sabine said. And here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycles spin onward. They should be here. You check and double the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing. Just the pale glow, the silence. You pace back and forth around the apartment, the rumbling of the station suddenly so present and loud. You go to the door and open it to an empty corridor. You close it again. You try to settle down to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out at the tiny room. Where the hell are they? A knock at the door. This is her place. A knock at the door is probably bad. Another knock. To open it or not to open it, chat, what do I do? What do I do? Sabine shouldn't need to knock. She may have sent someone to tell you why she's not here, but she's already been talking to you. However, none of the stories seem to have had major branches, so I'm sure either choice will ultimately lead to the same place. Okay. I'll open it. Loyal Yadigan Lieutenant. Yeah, well, this is gonna be bad. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it's not Sabine. They are taller, sharper, and something in their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubborn baton, hangs loosely from her hand. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask, are you doing here? She fixes you with a steady, unwavering stare. Waiting for a friend? Of course. A mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. She walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set them up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispenser and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. She glances at you. And I suppose you are here to help? Something like that. Good, good. She puts the glass down and turns to face you. I love to meet helpers. We need so many, but we can find so few with the right skills. She spins the baton in her fingers by her side, her eyes not leaving yours. We have a problem, you and I. It seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are in a little trouble now. But it's the kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their little hidey hole, and here you are, the help. She looks through the detritus on the side. And what help? A sleeper, no less. Which I have to admit is a little surprising. It suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. She looks away. I know it won't be welcome news, but I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Sabine was working for your owners. She pauses. Ensign Arp. You blink hard at the news, unsure how to take it. Rabaha? I'm not really sure how to say it. It's a Middle Eastern name. And I'm bad with anything that isn't Americanized English, clearly. She looks away, waiting for a response. I'm just gonna stay silent, because I had a feeling. She crosses into the next room, and you follow silently. She sits at the terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark. Then the terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. In the flicker of files, you see Ensign Arp letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with the corporate logo like the sigil of some cult. The lieutenant steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early emulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Sabine was an Ensign Arp employee, why did they help you? She reaches over and places a vial of stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. It shimmers in the screen light, its viscous clear liquid crystalline within the glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers, and for a tiny moment you have the urge to crush the object for the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. The lieutenant closes up the briefcase lab and holds it at her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. We don't need stabilizer. We have scrap. Well, now we have one vial of stabilizer. But yes, we have scrap. She turns on her way out. There is no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. Well, that's lovely. So 2 cycles before that becomes a relevant thing. This requires 4 scrap. Okay. I would like some money. Thank you. And now I have 2 ship mine pieces. If I leave and come back, can I still buy 1 more? No, I had a feeling. Okay. Now, I could do this, and maybe... No. What would I like to spend that on, actually? Yeah, I'm working on it. Okay. Might as well keep working on this. That's fine. We've got some of that out of the way. So even the negative outcome does get it closer. We're getting there. All right. I have 2 points. I need 3 for these to be upgraded. Or I could start grabbing things like... I think I'm gonna do this. I will wait. Alright, we got things going. This will do things. This is just ticking along. Not gonna inject stabilizer because I am stable right now. So, we're good. Yeah, an emergency stash is never a bad thing. Ooh, nice dice today. Let me get some food first, dude. Oh, I have no money. Let me go win some money first, dude. Fang grins at you as the bay door slides open. Above, in the rest of the building, people are busy, frightened. They speak in hushed tones and organize endless meeting after endless meeting. Haven Age have avoided a full-blown crisis for now, but change is coming. Fang is in good spirits and bundles you inside before you even have the chance to greet him. That was the slickest operation the station has seen, he hugs you firmly. You made my job easy. He shakes you by the shoulders. I'm so proud. And, he smiles, I got to watch through the cameras as the Haven Age security that weren't in on it assaulted the station. Fang smiled. One of them straight up just whacked Hardin with their pistol. It was beautiful. What are they gonna do with him? I'm not sure anyone knows, but he is cooperating in dismantling his operation and scaring off Conway. Maybe they'll exile him when they're done, or hand him over to some core authority. Fang shrugs. Now I know he won't be an issue. I'm going to be focusing on systems for a bit. He shakes his head, seeing as that's my actual job. He points to the ceiling. The people upstairs weren't so happy, though. They've been fielding questions about the state of the eye right and left since the recording got out. People are scared. I'm not surprised. Yeah, this whole thing hasn't won me many fans in administration, but I think in the end they'll agree that outing Harding was worth it, whatever the methods. He touches a stack of hardware. The eye is old, and it was never meant to run like this. The master control points that Erlin and Havenage installed, they keep it spinning from the rim. That isn't ideal. But if you are asking me if the eye will stop spinning next cycle, no, he smiles. And me and a ton of other skilled people will be working to stop it happening in the cycle after that. Hardin's problem was that he didn't believe in people. He believed in systems and their ability to shape the world around them. Fang squeezes your shoulder. But as far as I'm concerned, people should be the ones running the systems, not the other way around. Anyway, Fang raps on the side of the terminal. I know you didn't come down here for a lecture. My tracker? I haven't forgotten. He produces a thumbnail drive. I managed to finish that code solution I showed you. It's a modified Ripper worm, one made to deactivate that tracker of yours. But in the time since I got back, I added something extra. That tracker of yours doesn't show Ensign Arp where you are. It transmits data about the state of your body, your current condition. My worm won't just deactivate it. It'll edit that data to tell Ensign Arp your body is irreparably damaged. DNR. Do not revive. He grins widely. Pretty smart, right? That's perfect. Thank you. Just slot it already. You take the drive and hold it in your hand. Then you close your eyes and open up your access ports. Take down your defenses. The worm immediately enters your closed network. It whips through it, taking things with it as it goes. The moment they are gone, you forget they were ever there. They just blink out of existence. A second later, it is done. You open your eyes. How do you feel? Asks Fang a little nervously. The same. Give it time. He pats you on the shoulder and looks at his terminal screen. The logs tell me it worked, so feel it or not, you are free. Fang lets the word free hang in the air a little before he continues. Seems like it might be finally time for a celebration. Fang wraps his arm around you. Jenna still owes us those drinks. He laughs, and you join him. And later, when you leave, you feel deeply thankful for having such a friend. As you walk away from the building, you look up at the wide curve of the eye, up at the hub and the other rim beyond it. The whole thing twinkles with lights, and it seems impossible to see it as anything other than breathtakingly beautiful. It feels, in that moment, like something eternal. That doesn't mean it can, or even should last forever, or that it will never change, fade, or decay. It simply means that in this moment, this place is a future, and it is one that you know, deeply and truly, is worth protecting. Frick, yeah! So, I have been using a lot of interface. Not quite as much engineer, because there hasn't been as much engineer, but I want more engineer. I could go Intuit as well. I have been using a lot of Intuit. I add a +2 to these rolls, and that means that even a 1 is a 4. Like, it's huge. It's huge. I think I'm gonna go interface, because I have a lot of interface things that I do. We'll do engineer next. Oh, that felt good. I still have this asshole coming for me, but... Or do I? No, I don't. Maybe I don't anymore? Oh, no, I don't. There's no tracker on me. Sweet. I now have time. I have so much more time. Holy shit. What do I want to work on? Ethan. The compressor is almost empty when you enter. A couple of scattered patrons in the booths and a lone bartender. The bartender recognizes you immediately when you arrive and nod, and you return the greeting. You know already that you won't find Ethan here, but you had to be sure. With your tracker reporting you dead, he wouldn't have stuck around. You look at the empty stool, his empty stool, and you smile. You can imagine him on it when his slate chirps, letting him know that the target he was tracking is dead. Can imagine the screaming and the swearing, too. Is that all you were to Ethan? Another target? Or was there something else going on? Seems like a foolish question to ask now, when he has fled the station, but it bothers you anyway. You take one last look and walk out. You doubt you will ever come back to this place or the memories it holds. You walk back into the lights of the bright market and allow yourself a smile. So this is what Feng meant when he said you were free. You could get used to this. Okay, so I no longer have to deal with Ethan either. This is now 80. Okay. That's not bad, not bad. I guess I'll go make more money. Make us more money. You are a 1, a 3, or a 2? I now have 6. Heck yeah. I can't do you. That's okay. I can use this on something else. Hello, caster. How about 5 of these? And he just gives me stabilizer. Holy shit. So he's not money, he's stabilizer. I can get stabilizer. No, it's not a cumulative +3. You are correct. So a 1 is still a 3. It's still a 3 at the end. Like, that's huge. What do I want to do? What am I working on? I'm working on many things. Perhaps this. I'll do a little bit of this. Yeah. I'm in a good place. I just need to buy scrap. And you, I cannot buy from anymore, so I have to wait until these 2 things cycle through, because this one is a nothing. I can't do anything with that. I just need 1 more ship mine fragment and I can do the ambergris, and we are doing pretty good. If I can get some scrap as well, I can not only self-repair, which I don't need to do for a little while, but I can also build myself a better house, which may in fact help me a lot. Alright, I am going to take a moment, you guys. I will be right back. am back. Didn't take long at all. A better house may help with energy. Can't think of much else to have, but we'll see. Oh, your hacking matchup? Will you get a third option now? I don't know. Alright. Let's get to getting. I think... You have to wait till these cycle. Okay. I need to do... Ooh, hello. I have to do this. As you approach the address, Rabaya? We'll go with Rabaya. Gave you a heavy hand falls on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving a hint of the strength her implants give her. As you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes as Rabaya and Toshiro glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rabaya's command, the hand immediately loosens, and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Of course, Rabaya. I'm sorry. Rabaya waves her away. Don't you worry. I appreciate your protective instincts. She smiles at the enforcer. How about you head to the tambour? They have a delivery coming, and they'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad. I was curious. Curious is good. She smiles a tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Sabine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are more than a few people on this station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I'm glad. Rabaya begins walking and gestures for you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know about Yadigan? You run the low end? She laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes. We don't run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We are framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. She gestures around at the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker on the eye? A policeman? Who makes the laws here? Erlin did. Indeed. You understand the history, then. That is good. But Erlin is long dead, sleeper, and his rules were little more than an optimist's manifesto. The Eye has changed so much since then. If you had spent your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlin's time. They didn't need to house thousands, and keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabaya meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here on this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. Colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage. Some tried to hold it together. Some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlin, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone. But many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple to corral as they hoped. Rabaya leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. Erlin's union was made of workers, administrators, people who were malleable and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yadigan is a child of that conflict, a child born out of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth, I have worked to earn it. Rabaya catches herself before she raises her voice any further, and you both walk in silence for a while, among the smells and textures of the low end. You start to wonder if this place could be a home for you, too. Where do I come into this? Rabaya smiles to herself and thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge, so I also believe that you wish to keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of Yadigan. An ex-corporate employee goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied. That was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they have made to us. Yadigan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for support. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is one of the heads of Yadigan. They guide us. He is the newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please, I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now to stand behind their claims? Someone is being played here. Someone is being played. I don't think it's her. I don't think it's us. I think somebody among the leadership of the Yadigan is playing... is up to something. And Sabine caught wind of it and went, oh no, not again. She had escaped from the corporation, from the corporation that we have escaped from, just like we did. I mean, not in the same way. She's a person. We are a copy in a body, but we both escaped the same place for likely some of the same reasons. And then she ended up in the debt of the Yadigan, of Yannick specifically. And something that is going on up there is like, oh no, not again. I feel like this is an oh no, not again situation. And because she doesn't know who to trust within the Yadigan to help them, she would much rather not be involved in the mess of whatever is about to happen. But somebody is being played here, and I don't think it's us. And I feel like Rabia is being honest with us. Like, I feel like she feels like... and I know that this is probably going to be, like, a hot topic, like, shock value opinion, but historically speaking, the reasons why gangs form to begin with is not because they want to be violent, but because they want to protect themselves and their territory. They are often members of communities that are formed around members of communities that are being picked on by larger systems, by police forces, by an outside force. Yes, it depends on the gang. Some of them are criminals through and through, but I believe that this is very likely to be what this particular gang was built upon, is that, oh god, there's no order in this chaos. Somebody has to bring order to the chaos, and they did. They are the local police force. Yes, they are also the local protection racket, but they are attempting to keep a community of chaos in some amount of order, so that there are consequences when somebody does bad things in their community. Essentially. Yes, they get things out of it, but that is not the point of them, necessarily. Somebody has decided that for the same reason that the corporations do what they do, that is the point of them, and they are fixing to swing the Yadigan into... Yeah, an honest protection racket is an informal police force. Yes, exactly. I think that that's what the Yadigan started out being, is just the informal police force that grew in the chaos to help organize it. You know, historically speaking, there are many places in which this has been a thing. The Yakuza in Japan are a major historical and current thing for this. Yes, the Japanese do have police systems in place, but the Yakuza, for all of their shenanigans behind the table, every time a major event that happens in their communities, you know, a major earthquake, a tsunami, you know, any sort of disaster happens in the communities that they are a part of, they are the first people on the scene to donate money to help dig people out of ruins. To, like, you have no idea how absolutely wild it is for the local crime syndicate to show up to help because they feel that that is what they're meant to do for their communities. And we've seen similar things happen in older eras in Chicago, in New York, in LA, and in many places around the world. Like, these are only the situations that I can name that I know of, and I know that this has happened around the world. Um, the fact that sometimes these informal police forces, aka gangs or criminal syndicates, kind of go a little power mad and go off the rails is also a thing that happens. But 9 times out of 10, and I feel like in this game this is very much the thing, is that they are not, like, they might be considered to be a gang, but they're a group of people who just are like, we are trying to keep the peace, and if we benefit from that peace, great, but, like, ultimately we are here to keep this community from devolving into chaos and anarchy to some degree. So again, I think that the doctor is not the problem here. She is the person who found the problem and doesn't know who to trust. So yes, everything that she's doing looks fucking shady as hell because she doesn't know who to trust. Because she cannot trust that the very people who are there to be her minders and her protectors will actually keep her safe if the higher ranking members have decided that she is no longer to be a person who is kept safe. Like, I don't blame her. I also don't blame this woman for going, I am loyal to the cause. I grew up, I understand the history, I know what I am meant to do here, and I do not want this to be trouble. So make it not be trouble with me, okay? I'm gonna stay silent for this one. I feel like silence is for the best. I don't want to necessarily pick a side. It's not the doctor or her. It's not doctor or lieutenant here, I think. For me. I think this is, I'm happy to investigate because somebody is being played here and I want to find out what it is. You realize she has led you in a loop, and together you both come back up a staircase to the walkway where you met. You are free to go, sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. She looks out through the window of the walkway. I would protect this place with my life, as it has protected me. I want to make that clear. She turns back. However, if you two wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Return here, if you wish, and there will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see, yet again, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not ask you to betray them, but if they contact you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, she leaves, slipping back into her office while you stare out at the countless units, each a home, each with a story, that make up the low end. Okay, so we do have work for her. Engage or intuit. Patrol or collect. This gives scrap. This gives energy. Ooh. I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this. And hope. Yes! Got me energy, though. I didn't need energy. I was hoping for scrap components. Rude. Rude. Okay, I need to go over here. Thank you for the refresh, PP. Threes? Rude. Like, it's safe, so even if I get a negative, I still get good things. It's just rude. Yay. Yeah. See if we can't get this going. Beautiful. One or two more times. They do not have any scrap, but that's okay. I should probably do this at some point. Yeah, there's just nothing here. Wait. No, just nothing here. Okay. Might only have 4 dice, but that's okay. Good night. Okay. Let's get some food in. Finish cleaning this up. This becomes... yeah. Please do the 2. Yes, done. So, I can now germinate spores. The old growth of the aviary has created a rich medium for which you can place the spores from the groves. They'll grow here. Can I put this here? No. Okay. So I have to go here. This becomes a 4. Got it. I'm gonna do another 4. Beautiful. One, 2, 3. Yes. So now I just need to wait, and they will give me mushrooms. Mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. I can barter for food. What does this get me? I wonder. Just energy. Okay. It's expensive. That's fine. The only way to become part of the commune is to work your way in through long service. It isn't for everyone. I think I'm just going to ignore this, honestly. Alright, I have a 1. And this will give me what I want. Extract the data! Now I have 3. Cool. Doesn't give me scrap, but that's okay. We're coming along. We're ticking along. I don't think we have anything... Hold on. These will cycle out, but that's just ships coming and going. Nothing cycling there. And then I do have mushrooms growing, but that's really it. Nothing else is cycling in a bad way. So I can spend more... Like, I can calm down and spend time now, which is good. Prop! Welcome in! Oh, this game is awesome. I am enjoying the crap out of this. Badger, badger, badger? Yes, indeed, Trav. Badger, 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 mushroom, mushroom, it is. Yeah, no, I am enjoying myself here. This is stream number 2. So you're kind of jumping in at a midpoint in the game. Heading into late game stuff, I have passed most of the early game content, so if you want to learn about that, there's that, but this is all just quests that, like, this is a late game quest. This is a quest that I've had since the beginning. This is what I'm actually working on. This is what I'm trying to keep in mind, which is why it's toggled. This is things that I'm doing. Yeah. So we're kind of mid-game. By the way, I often listen to some Star Wars what if vids, and today was quite something. Good to know, Mr. Scrake. I hope that today was interesting. Tell us all about it. I'm just going to end this cycle. Yeah, this game is good, Prop. I would absolutely recommend it. In fact, if you want to grab it, there it is. Alright. I'm not going to inject stabilizer yet. I have 2. I want you to leave so that somebody else can come back and give me scrap. Let's get some food. I suppose I could do bar shifts and open that up, but I don't wanna. We'll do this. Oh, already mid-game? I assume game is on the shorter side. I'm not entirely certain. I have all the DLCs for this game, so there's definitely some endgame stuff that I have waiting for me when I'm ready. It was about if clones were made by using Anakin's DNA, and 6 clones featured in the story had fucking TF2 mercs, ascents, and personalities. Absolute peak. Oh, I imagine you enjoyed that quite immensely. Alright, well, we've done that. Made some money. What else do I want to work on? Probably this. Hey, Caster, here you go. Oh, I can't give him any more. Okay. So I actually need to do Haven agents. That's fine. I can sell all this data here and get more money. Making money, making money. Oh, that's cute. We love a good wholesome thing. Okay. Made a crap ton of money. I could... That cost 300. $80 cryo for 3 batches of Matsuke mushrooms, but I don't think I need those for anything right now. I have this 3 that I could attempt to reroll. Yeah, I can't gather scrap out here because I don't have enough endure. And then I need specific mushrooms for these guys. Which I could just forage for. Maybe we try to get this higher? No, that did not work at all. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I don't want a yet again agent. I want you. Okay. Good enough. Good morning. Let's work on this a little. Okay. Is there another one of you around, or do I have to wait till tomorrow? There's another one of you around. Alright, caster. I got a ship mine core. Fuck yes. And I can go here and sell the rest of this data for cash. Alright, I finally have the ship mine core. Yay! Nikita can finally get out of here. You drop the ship mine core into the galley table with an emphatic bang, and Kita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper, did you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where did you get it? Trade secret. Keep your secrets. As long as I have a ship mine, I'm happy. And Kita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Nkita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Ankita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Look, it's like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate into the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers. Nothing exciting, along with what looks like a transit timeline. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. She points at a name in the list. Or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his past that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mind. I thought he might have been killed or robbed. His past stolen. But it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry, old mercs, used to run in an outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifests and there he was. Looks suspicious. He hasn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to ground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. Going after him? Not yet. First, I want to fit the ship mind. But maybe you could help me out? Sure. How? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But you... Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not at the commune, not at the stacks. He will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is merc work, I'll be happy to give you merc pay. She shifts in her seat. The thing is, I haven't got much left. So how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. Aw, man, I could have gotten a discount on the ferry? Fuck. I'm assuming you're interested in the sequel then? Absolutely. This has been a delight. I am down for the sequel. What do you say? Okay. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good. I owe you. She lifts the ship mind up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm gonna go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton is hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Ankita stomps off into the guts of Amber with the ship mind, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Hell yeah, I love that. Okay, find Ashton, the tool. I can do that. Maybe not today, but I can do it. Let's go scope it out first. 2 more days on our mushrooms. Yeah. Search for signals or look for tracks. Well, we're obviously going to be doing the interface option because I got +2 on that bitch. Lovely. On the edges of the wastes, but not actually in the wastes. Which we could do more with, I suppose. Actually, we can't. We don't have the right skills, but that's okay. Maybe we'll get some bloody scrap for our new house. That would be great. Yep, I can't really do anything else. So I guess it's time to end this cycle. I am gonna stabilize her up. I feel like this I should have more dice for. Oh, I feel much better. Good morning. Ugh, crap dice. It's fine. Let's get some food. You are useless. What about you? Also useless. Okay. I can't do either of these. Caster is no longer useful to me. Give me scrap. Yes. No. I'm gonna need that. Okay. One piece closer. One more day there. This gives me a 4. Rude. Okay, halfway. But now I'm hungry. There is howsomever at least one safe thing that I can do that will get me food. Is it this one? Yeah, this is safe. Yeah. That is fine, because then I can just get another meal here and be happy. Wait a minute, I have not done something. This was a seed, a digital seed. I did finish this. What if I... No. Still nothing. Okay. Not entirely sure. Yeah, that's an agent. Those are agents. Okay, not here. But we haven't checked up. Whoops. No. This is uppies. Uppies! Nothing here either. I haven't done anything up here, so... Another time, I suppose. Time to sleep. Not great rolls today either, but that's okay. Get some food. Give me scrap. Just energy? I didn't need energy, I wanted scrap. Okay. Alright, asshole, let's track you down. Got you. The trailhead extends deep into the overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the wastes, things are oddly quiet. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, floats of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comms headset Ankita gave you in your palm. I am not going alone. I am not that stupid. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzles with static. After a few moments you hear Ankita, "Sleeper, have you located the target?" A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? Shh. No, hold. A confused silence on the other end. Maybe it's better that you confirm that Ashton is there before you call Ankita. Okay, fine. Let us... You put the headset back in your pocket. Not yet. You need confirmation. You survey the route ahead. There is a direct route, a line of broken pillars that take you into the center of the structure. Or you could skirt around the pillars, keeping to the cover of the raised spine of the greenway, and work your way around. It'll take longer, but it is better concealed. Let's skirt. You decide on the long route and head off towards the central spine. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. You follow the wall, knowing it will lead you to the edge of the collapsed sack. For the final part of the journey, you have to work your way through dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you stop on a small rise to rest. It has been hours since you began. You desperately hope Ashton hasn't moved on. Just ahead, a soft glow is coming from somewhere within the farm stack. A grow light? Still on after all these years, perhaps? You take a little longer to rest, then push on. You follow the faint glow of the stack. You find a broken tank, step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank carefully, quietly. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. As you reach the edge of the tank, you hear something. An echoing hiss like a hydraulic piston. You quickly move up to where the tank opens into the central drum and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light, descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, is an object. A cylinder set on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. Oh shit. How's the writing in this game? Feels like the game like this is made or broken by its writing. The writing has been pretty solid. I have found very few in the way of typos. There's been, I think, 2 that I've noticed so far. And they're very... It's from and for. Like, it's from spelled wrong, basically. Wait and watch. If our target is here, we'd be exposing ourselves. That's fair. You wait, unsure what to do. Your eyes fixed on the broken sleeper at the center of the drum, on the connection between them and the ship mind. You think of what might be passing through that connection. Thoughts? Memories? Or just data? You hear a sound, a quiet hiss, then soft footsteps below you. Ankita enters, her sidearm in hand. She must have followed the signal from your headset. Has she been spying on you? You watch her step into one of the mossy islands, the water around rippling as she does. The gunshot breaks the silence. blanking out all noise. It hits Ankita's shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit. You hear the shout from one of the tanks, high on the far wall. Ankita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mind and the sleeper. What is she doing? Better come down here or I'll rip this right out of their head, she screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. She's threatening it, but she's not doing it. I could wait it out. I don't know enough. I think he was trying to save this sleeper, but maybe he was just trying to retrieve it. It's really hard to say. What do we think, chat? You have literally all the information I have, Prob. Your decision is as good as anyone else's. We don't know anything. I'd hang back still rather than get in between them. What you missed about Ankita is that somebody got into her ship, sliced out the ship mind, which was the heart of her ship's computer, and stranded her on the space station that we are also on. We helped her repair her ship. She's a bit mad at the person who stole her ship mind. I would be too. Clearly, they are using it to download the copy in another sleeper body like our who is much like us. We don't know why Ashton has done this. She has every right to be pissed. But we don't know the whole story. We could call out to tell her to stop because we are concerned about the download malfunctioning and the copy being killed. Or we could wait it out because she is literally just threatening right now. A ship mind is not an AI, very definitely, but it is useful for that kind of thing. Yeah. We know from another storyline that a ship mind can hold an AI of some amount of sentience. So it could download us out of our body, but we would no longer be able to function. It would be like a container. We would be in storage for all attempts and purposes. So essentially somebody is trying to download a person like us out of a broken sleeper construct body, out of a broken robot basically, and we don't know why. And we also don't know why he decided to strand the ship that he used to get here for it. So I'm just gonna stay out. There is a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out, "I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid, for God's sake." He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. "Drop the gun," Ankita shouts. He throws it down into the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. "What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko?" She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mind for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands. So this is Ashton. This is the construct, broken construct body, which is very similar to our own. And this is the ship mind. As you can see, it is a small computer. But this is like a small supercomputer. Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has a hold of. Steady, Ankita, it isn't like that. I needed the ship mind. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mind and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it. For your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there? They are just bait, right? To draw me out? Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I loved them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton, Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way. He inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you? After all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. I'm going to take the ship mind and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back up to you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. Well, that was a tragedy. Hated that. This is safe. I could get 2 rare mushrooms or a single... Screw it. I'm gonna get the best one. Okay. And then I'll get the less better one. And now I have this. And I will need to... I will need to get more dice to do anything more with that. Okay. So he wants 3 of these. And I only have 1. So that's a thing. I don't know where she is. I will worry about it tomorrow. Okay. I am going to go... Hold on. You're useless to me, and you're that stupidly expensive thing. I can afford it, but no thank you. Let's attempt to get scrap. That's just energy. I don't want energy, I want scrap. Finally. Can I get more scrap? Hold on. Scrap me, please. Mother fricker. Yes. Please. Cool. I got the scrap I need. As you say your goodbyes to other enforcers and walk back through the low end, a chirping catches your attention. In a quiet corridor away from the main thoroughfare, someone has stuck a small recorder to the wall with soup sealant tape. Written across the fluorescent tape is one word: sleeper. You peel it away from the wall, and as you do, it triggers some kind of improvised trip switch. Sleeper, Sabine's voice crackles through. I have seen you with Yadigan members. Are they holding you captive now too? A high whine. I'm sorry if I have dragged you into this. Do not trust them. Something is happening within the gang, some kind of power struggle. You cover the speaker a little, their voice too loud in the quiet corridor. It will come soon. Thanks to your efforts, I have located most of their properties. At the right time. A pause. I will see you soon. Don't give up. Remember our deal. The recording cuts out. You stare at the recorder, processing what you have heard. Hearing Sabine's voice again opens up something inside of you. An Ensign ARP employee. Do they know what I know? You struggle with a mix of concern and distrust. You throw the recorder into a nearby waste chute as you leave the corridor, still unsure who to trust, and head quietly out of the low end. Okay. And you're still out, which is fine. Okay, I can do this. Could I have used it to fix myself? Sure. Let's see what this does. Okay, now we have to seal the unit. With all the materials the unit now needs, sealing section by section to be usable. It's a laborious task, but the outcome is worth it. I don't have much in the way of endure, so this is going to be a pain in the ass. Especially since it's risky. But if I fill all of these up, then we have a better place to sleep. So I will get some sleep. I have more stabilizer. I think we'll be down to 4 dice tomorrow, but that will be okay. Oops, I didn't mean to leave. Good night. Yeah. That is fine. Let us see what we can endure. Neutral outcome. Lame. Positive outcome. Awesome. Let's see if we can get better. Much better. Awesome. Halfway through. I don't want to test this. Let's get something to eat. I have a 3, which I can make a 5 for here, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Nice. That covers a lot. I can live with 4 dice for a while. So we'll hang on to the stabilizer for a little bit longer. Get some nom-noms. Work on the house. Okay, we've got 2 more. These could possibly do it. Or we will need more food. We did it. I got an upgrade point for that. Nice. That gives me 2 upgrade points. One more and I can upgrade Engineer or Intuit to a +2. Hell yeah. Yes. Okay. So I can end cycle. This is now my main house. I can inject. I can do all the things, but I can also feed a stray. There's signs of a stray animal that has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Hell yeah. The stray hops up into the work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out at the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in low end. But in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the stray's apartment which you are squatting in. Though the stray is looking out at the station, you feel its attention on you. Waiting for you to spring your trap, you remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. Look, I know how to appeal to a cat. You ignore it until it decides that you are okay. We're just gonna let it decide we're okay. Stray settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you. A recognition of a life totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The stray licks crumbs from its fur. Nope, I'm gonna wait until it decides I'm okay. You sense that the stray doesn't like to talk. The stray prefers just to be, you think, just to share a space and a moment with those it meets. You respect this. In a way, you feel the same. Being here, together, is enough. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the stray looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the stray, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit, and brushes along your legs, and then it is gone out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. Oh, hell yeah, that was totally worth it. Okay. I got one die. Nice. I can't really do anything with these yet, but... I have 3. I said I wanted engineering first, and here it goes, even though I can use it nowhere. So now I have to go get spores again, which is fine. Suppose we can work on this some more. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale, her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened, truly I am. She looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this when all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. For that sleeper that... She stares at the floor. I'm sorry. She looks up and away, not meeting your eye. I don't think she wanted anyone dead. I think she wanted Ashton to explain himself. Which he kind of did, but he kind of didn't. She killed 2 people. One of them was a copy of a person. One of them was Ashton. She had every right to be angry with Ashton for being selfish, for not talking to her, for not asking for help. And maybe he was that desperate. And maybe this was the only way forward. But we had fixed her situation. She didn't have to kill either of them. And she killed them both. And I don't think she meant to. With all that being said, though, do we tell her what she did was unforgivable? I mean, she is a mercenary. It's not the first time she's done horrible things for pay. Or do we tell her it's okay? Are we capable of forgiveness in this moment? Knowing that that could have been us with Ethan. That at any point in time, that could still be us. Ashton jumped an armed person who was at least somewhat hostile to him. It was a stupid move and very much his fault. She's not blameless, but he initiated. You are right. I mean, he was desperate, and he did a stupid thing. And if he had just stopped, like he was asked to do, everyone might have survived the encounter. She clearly is taking it badly. because she did not mean to cause that much pain and suffering. However, instincts kicked in. She was attacked. She defended herself, and it got messy, and people died. And she is not handle it like, it's not something she walked away with whistling about at all. I'm capable of forgiveness. To understand that the situation was complex and people made decisions and not everyone survived, but not everyone would be capable of forgiveness. It's okay. She nods, then she looks up at the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Nikita shifts the weight of the box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, she sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... I'm not going to make her explain herself. She's clearly trying to do what she can to respect what happened. Now, if she'd chosen to do it, it would be unforgivable, but she didn't act. She reacted, as you said, with her instincts in the situation with him attacking her, yes. Firing was inevitable, so yes. Yeah, I mean, like, she had told him to stop, and if he had simply stopped, like, she was starting to lower her guard. She was starting to take her grip off the cables and to put her gun down. She was willing to talk and come to some sort of terms about what happened. And he jumped her, which was out of desperation. I understand. Like, from his point of view, he had no other choice, except he did. He could have stopped and actually paid attention to what was going on. But he was like, it's 2 against 1. So I can understand from both sides. I'm not going to make her explain herself. She is not in a good place, so we'll just go with. Nkita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There is a wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. You try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mind, has been hard to forget. You realize Nkita is leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little, at the threshold. She turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Nkita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. You follow Nkita into the stack through the low tank, entering the drum at ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the moss. Nkita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt, at the grave's head. I buried them together, Nkita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't, but then the words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and the first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We'd had a period of extended shore leave on the Eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assumed he'd just had too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship mind. I wouldn't have believed him. I'd had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure of what to add. It seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in. Silence. The silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight, and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open, out in the space of the Greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo-chits into your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. You look down at the metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. I'm not stupid. I'm gonna take the chits. Oh, I'm finally playing Darkest Dungeon 2. Just got done with Confession 3. Good job, Prop. How many tries did it take you to get through the Confession 3 boss? You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track, and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pockets, and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. Oh, that sucked. Well, we're winding down. Alright, we need to do some stuff here. But not today. Do I need a mind for anything? I don't think so. I could buy a core. I could also get another ship mine fragment and make a core, and then sell it for half of what I can buy it for. I can still go to the empty container, but I'm not going to. The flotilla wants grill mushrooms as much as the mushroom merchant does, so I need like 6 of them. That was my third, and I had some guidance a bit as well. I'm enjoying how different DD2 is from the first game, but also really similar. Yeah, they decided to go like a slightly different way, which was interesting. You go, kitty. Okay. Let us feed ourselves, I guess. And we'll work a little bit more here. Because I want scrap. Actually, no. I need to go do mushroom stuff. Oh, prop. When you finished your first run all the way through 5, you should absolutely hit up Mr. Scrake for his mods. They're awesome, by the way. Alright. Let us collect some spores. I will need 3 of these, though, so maybe I will forage instead? That just gave me energy. Lame. Okay. Collect spores. Try this again. Okay. We needed 3. We only got 2, and this will not give me enough. I'll have to come back tomorrow and do more. Wasn't great, but I still got some money. Okay. We're still gonna have 4 dice in a minute. Yay. Kingdom game mode is a pain. I never actually won a single Kingdom game. That's what I think about that. Yay. Yeah, it's hard. Like, it's really hard, prop. I don't know what to tell you. Mr. Scrake is more than a somewhat competent DD2 modder and player. He's pretty good at it. I highly recommend giving him a talking. Oops, that was not where I wanted to go. Let's germinate. And now these can grow. I finally have 3 of these, and I have more spores for later, which is awesome. I'm gonna go talk to the mushroom man. Nope. Yay! He's got that. And so we get He's working on his mushroom stuff, so we will get something new in a couple of turns. Awesome. Let's get some food. You. Yes, you have the cheaper scrap. I got 3 scrap. That's awesome. Oh, it won't let me. Alright. I got 1s and 2s. What do I want to do? I want to re-roll them. Now they're both 5s. That's awesome. We will collect tithes. See if we can't work this off. Get more scrap. Hell yeah. It didn't quite finish us off. Well, darn. But we did get more scrap. I am, however, going to use the last of my stabilizer backup and then start using the scrap to self-repair after that. I'm overfeeding this cat. Good night, Mr. Scrake. Take care. Sleep well. Hell yeah. All right. I am, however, going to finish here. Hold on. Okay. Now it is saved. Thank you guys for joining me for some more Citizen Sleeper. I will be doing more of it tomorrow, obviously, but it has been fantastic magical to play this for you. So my name is Mayronell Theotover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to follow me here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky. Put on notifications so that you know when I go live and you can catch me. If you cannot, for whatever reason, catch me live regularly, the YouTube VODs are always there for you anytime that is convenient. And if you've missed anything of Citizen Sleeper or anything else I've streamed, it'll be there. So go check that out. And if you subscribe and ring the bell, you'll know when those go live every time they come out. At the end of every stream, I do try to raid a friend or make a friend, and if you are over on YouTube already, feel free to raid the next video. But let's see who is coming with me live today. You get a little bit of channel points if you follow along. It's up to you whether you do so or not. Oh, heck yeah. PP, aka Psycho Phoenix, is playing Date Everything, and we are gonna go hang out with her and her crew. She's sassy, she's Scottish, she's amazing. Please, please, please give her all the love from me and enjoy her wonderful community. But thank you guys for joining me today for some more Citizen Sleeper. I have been enjoying the crap out of this game, and I look forward to seeing what happens next. In any case, have a fantastic magical time wherever you are in the world, whatever time zone you are in. And I hope I will see you again live tomorrow for some more. But until then, we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, guys.